How you doing, bub? Normally, I have like way more time before I'm talking to somebody. How you doing, man? Welcome. I'm good. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I am. Usually I have more time, so I was gonna make some coffee, but you fucking beat me to it, brother. You're here. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I got some video compositing work to do, which is what I'm setting up here, which is what you see right there. I am going to be doing a bunch of TV replacement today, which is like kind of boring. So I figured I'd go live and I'd entertain myself talking to people. What have you been up to, brother? Okay. I think the lighting's pretty good, but... Oh, shit. Hold on. I have a runaway cat that I need to go get. In there. Excuse me. Are you actually a streamer if you don't go live and then immediately say, oh shit, I forgot to make coffee? And then you have to go make coffee while you're live? Hell yeah, it's cool stuff. Listen, dude, perfect time to join me. I'm going to be doing a lot of work on this shit. Here, let me put it on here. I'm going to be working on this a lot today. So it's a perfect time to just like hang out. Excuse me. Hang out, do some school stuff while I'm out here editing, and do the whole thing. So what I'm gonna do today is I have a bunch of TV screens. I'm already started working on some of them. I have a bunch of TV screens, and I need to composite those TV screens with some footage. So the way that this is gonna work is like I already did this one. It looks really nice. So my next clip is this guy right here. My computer has been struggling really hard the last couple of days. I don't know why it's going on, but it's been struggling. So yesterday it was giving me a really hard time getting stuff together. But I gotta make this shot. Once it loads, I'll show you. Hopefully. But I gotta get this shot into this TV right here. And that's it. That's all I'm doing today. But for several TVs, if I can get this to, display it proper. Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to, though. What's going on? So we're gonna let that sit for a hot second. I'm gonna go finish my coffee. And then I will be back. Yeah, dude, that's how it's gonna work. Hopefully I can get some decent playback out of this. I don't know why it's not playing. I really don't understand. Like, I know that this is some heavy footage, but I really don't understand what's been happening lately on this shit. I really don't. Let me remove the timeline. So we have the TV2 screen comp. Let me go here. It's media out. So I think I just gotta let it sit for a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go finish my coffee. Whew. I'll be back. Not me accidentally opening Final Fantasy 14 on my laptop. Nope, we don't need to update it. It's okay. We can close it. We can close it. It's okay. We can close it. There we go. All right. Good. Good. So yeah, today's tasking is taking this TV and then compositing that shot into it. Now, I've already done kind of a significant amount of it, but yesterday my computer was having a lot of trouble keeping up with it, and I got some weird resizing issues. It pissed me off. It really, really affected me in such a way that I could barely function. So we're going to start over on this screen because I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with the mistake. I think it's a pain in the ass. We're going to delete all of this, correct. And then TV screen COM2. This timeline is also going to get deleted. So there's something that I want to try out to maybe try to get some performance out of my PC here real quick. Is that I want to try to open up a timeline, create a new timeline. This timeline is going to be 1080p. Upscale to 6K at some point. So this is going to be a 1080p timeline, and I want to know, it's in there right now, and I put my TV scene here. My TV screen is shot in 6K, which is why this is like kind of struggling to perform a little bit. But once it kind of adjusts to fucking 1080p, it's kind of okay. So I want to know if I go in here and I go into Fusion for my TV screen, which is right there, and like we let it settle for a second. You know, if we can, because this is working at, so that's working at the base resolution, even though my timeline is 1080p. Right, so, but if I do this and I add a background, is the background the same resolution as my shot? Okay, cool, perfect. So that is correct. But then if I go back here, and then I go into my timeline, and I go timeline settings, it's a 1080p shot. But then if I go 6144 by 3240, which is the real size, it upscales it. So what I can do is to kind of like have easier playback on some of this shit is I am actually going to work on 1080p sequences, and then I'm going to upscale them to 6K when the time is appropriate. Because when the timeline is 6K, the playback gets really fucked up. And I don't need playback. I don't really need playback when I'm compositing. I just kind of don't. 1080p, okay. Yeah. So like the playback it's still not great, but it's a hell of a lot better. And I have my proxies on, these have proxies. And like as this will render, you know, like the playback is significantly better at 1080p. So I can do that more. So the TV screen is going to be kind of the thing that we are going to be compositing off today. Boom, boom. And then what we are going to do is we're going to take this preacher scene, which is this guy right here, pop it in here. And so you notice that, and this is kind of like the only annoying thing, is that my TV screen is shorter than my my fucking video. So there's a couple of ways to fix that, and I think that the way that I'm going to fix it is this TV screen really, I'm gonna start here. It really doesn't move. The shot really does not move at all. So I am going to, at this frame, and I want a frame where I can see that lamp really well. At this frame, I'm actually just gonna freeze frame it. Yesterday I was trying to do compound clips and I was just a pain in the ass. So I'm actually just going to try to freeze frame it here. Freeze frame. Yes. And then that'll make it kind of a static image. And there's nothing moving in the background, so it will just look like a static image anyway. So I think I'm okay with that. And then I'm going to go into Fusion right here. And so that's already, I think, kind of like working a lot better for my purposes, because I am not killing myself for working with like an extremely high resolution. And so I'm still working at a 6144 because I'm working out of the source resolution because I didn't go into a Fusion clip. I am just working out of the source base resolution. So we are going to build this tree out from scratch, because I think it's a really cool thing to build out. I'm going to start a background here. Make sure that it's the correct resolution. God, I love Resolve so much. I'm going to plug that in there. It's going to take a second to cache because it's still working on that big situation, even if we are on that, even if we are in a 1080p timeline. Then I'm going to blend, I'm going to merge this guy here. And this, I'm going to rename this as my TV screen. Keep your shit organized. Keep your shit organized always. Always organize your shit. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. And so, actually, I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to do another background here. And the reason I do this is very simple. The reason I do this is very simple. I like to have essentially what is a comp layer, comp node container. And so I like to do this because this creates a branch that I can merge everything into. And that's makes a lot of sense for me because I like to work, I don't like to work with the main branch, because if I need to change something or take something out, I can just go like up, get it out there, disconnect it there. So I'm going to merge my TV screen here, and that has roughly the same effect. My TV screen is not there. It looks the exact same, but I'm working off of a side branch with all of my compositing related to this TV screen, which is what I want. And then now, and this will matter later. I'm going to put my TV screen down here. This will matter later because I need to mask this out, and I don't want to mask this one particular node, because if I mask this one particular node, then I have to copy paste it instead of just reusing the node, because I'll lose the mask, and I don't want to do that. So I'm actually going to put that there, and I'm going to create a square mask here. And typically I like to disconnect them while I work, just so that I can see what I'm doing. And so that's roughly the size of the mask. And then this TV is particularly dark. I'm just going to boost up my gain so that I can see where my corners are. And perfect. And so I can see that if I turn this guy up, I kind of need to rotate him a little bit. And I'm holding control so that I can make sure that I don't over veer this in any direction. And so that is almost there. Increase the width very little. And then increase the height until we kind of get to this point right here where we are. So this is a lot of curvature on this TV. And I think we kind of need it like right there. And then we bring it up. And then we do that. But that's kind of like our screen there. And actually, it's a little annoying because this corner right there is a little bit bigger than what I need. But we can fix that later. Because I can't easily separate my background, or like I can't easily separate my X and Y. That's just part of it. It's just how it is. That being said, so I know that I gotta fix that at some point. I think I will fix that later. For right now, I am going to do a corner radius to kind of get my screen to match up, and I'm matching it up as best as I can. It doesn't have to be perfect here because again, we are going to be doing some extra compositing around the layers of the TV. So actually, if I go over, hello, Midnas, you brought your little toy? You brought your little toy, so if I go over like that, it's not being like, yes? Can I help you? You're so cute. If I go over a little bit of the edge, because what I'm going to do is then I'm going to cut all of this out back again with another mask later, and then bring it back on top of our footage. So this is actually not the worst case scenario to do it like that. I don't want to go super crazy, but this isn't horrible. Perfect. And then I'm going to connect it right there. And then I'm going to invert it. And so now we have a relatively decent cutout of our screen in here. And actually, that doesn't need a crazy amount of compositing later. So I'm going to delete that now. Perfect. And then I already have a preset for this, and I will go over the preset real quick. Let me make some more room here. I will go over the preset. Oops, just make it fit real quick. But essentially, what I did is I did a TV screen composite preset. And there's a couple of things that matter here. This is essentially what I'm rebuilding here. The reason I have it here is because the reason I have it in this format is because I thought that it would be easy to just kind of like bring this in and replace the media and have it work. But it's been proven to be kind of a nightmare. And I think with the workflow that I just did when we started, I think it might actually be easier. And it might actually work, but it didn't before. So I'm not going to worry myself too much about it. There's a couple of nodes that I need out of here. I need this node right here. And I need this drop shadow because I like this drop shadow. And that's kind of all I need out of here. And I also need this lens distort and transform. So I need this, guys. And I'm just borrowing it from the previous composition that I did. As you can see, this drop shadow here just kind of adds a nice little kind of three-dimensionality to the hole in the screen, which is pretty nice. It looks neat. It looks neat. And then in this node group, this is what I call a node group. And this is just like a couple of things that I've added to make a really nice looking piece of footage look like a VHS footage. Because if you point this out, let me bring that over to the inspector. It'll take a second to catch up. It'll take more than a second to catch up. Come on, you can do it, baby boy. This is a problem with working with high resolution assets. Oh, and it might be because there might not. Okay, no, it's catching up, and I just deleted it. Oops. Perfect, I just deleted it. So let me add that back in. Let me add a media in, and then we're gonna do background. So that's gonna be everything that is underneath our Fusion comp, essentially. And then we're gonna throw that in there and see, hopefully that works proper. And then that's because in the edit page, we're compositing on the layer above, which is the TV screen, which is everything that's happening over here, which is this guy. And then when we tell it to go to the background, it goes to everything that's underneath that layer. And the only thing underneath that layer is our comp. So that's what we are going to do. So the only problem is that this adds it in through the timeline resolution, which is not what we want. I'll fix it in a second. I think I'm just gonna have to drag this in normally through the media pool. However, I need to get this footage to look like a VHS tape. And so this is what that does. This is just like a background node. This transforms it so that I can control the size of it or the positioning of it if I need to, because we're gonna downsize this resolution pretty significantly. This adds some analog damage. See if it can do it. This adds some grain. And then when I merge everything back over here, you really have turned into, and I plug that in. So you really have turned out a really nice looking piece of footage into something that looks kind of fucked up and like VHS, which is exactly what we want. Just wait for that to update, or maybe not. Maybe it won't update. There we go. So now you can see that my footage, my background comp is 640 by 480, and I'm doing all of this to it. So now it looks kind of fucked up, and then we transform it over here to get it to the size of that screen. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Get it to the size of that screen. And then I have some more presets over here that we can do. Like I got the foot height right there. Actually gonna do that so that it looks a little fucked up. And then boom, that's it. So now we have our VHS footage here. And because we're trying to get our VHS footage here, we don't really need to do anything significantly else. What I'm going to do here is I already have this transform preset, but I will add those in a second. We are going to merge this. We are going to merge this here. And this puts the VHS footage on top, which is not what we want. We want the VHS footage to be at the bottom. So the green line means that it's on top. The yellow line means that it's at the bottom. Yellow line is background. Green line is foreground. That's how that works. And so right now it's not a big deal. I'm going to add just a transform here. And we're going to show you. Because you can still see whatever sequence I am compositing into it right there. But now you see that it goes kind of beyond the confines of the screen. So once I flip those, the mask sits on top and it looks very nice and lovely. Look at that. So we're honestly kind of almost done with this shot in particular. The next thing that I'm going to borrow is going to be this lens distort. That is just going to give it kind of like the shape of a camera a little bit more. The shape of like the screen a little bit more. You could do it with a bulge, but I like the lens distort because the lens distort creates a little bit more, like I think, realistic distortion. And then for the drop shadow, sometimes I like to turn it up a little bit. I like to go really, really hard into it. And then dial it back. It's updating. Am I in full resolution? I think I am. I gotta not do that. Okay. This is the problem with working with like a computer that I think is way past its prime. My computer is so cooked, dude. Where's my phone? We got that. I really like the drop shadow. I think we need the drop shadow. Timeline payback resolution. We'll show it at a quarter resolution, which is nice. I'm zooming there. I'm sure that'll update in a second. I'm hit it with a fit. Shut up, fun. Perfect. Okay. So there we go. There we go. Now we're seeing it. So that is actually not bad. This needs to be, I think, cut by half. Perfect. So this is actually not bad already, but there's a couple of things going on. So this is going to be, this already looks pretty good, but there's a couple of things that we got to change here. Oh, that song is distractingly catchy. A couple of things that we got to do here to make it look better. There is a brightness issue. This asset is significantly overexposed compared to the rest of the shot. It just is. Because these were shot completely separately. So there's a couple of things that we got to do to kind of make this have a more cohesive vibe to it. And that, a couple of those things are, we're going to do some brightness correction. And then we're going to do some color correction. Some CC. And the reason we're going to do both of these things is because, yes, I can add. It's because the brightness, we will handle the kind of like the gamma and the light. And then you notice that there's like a warm tint to everything else. So we got to change a little bit of how white this image looks, so that it looks like it was created in the same space. It looks like they were shot in the same space. And it's going to feel pretty drastic, but it's really not going to be that drastic. So we have a brightness control node. And I'm going to wait to do this because I need to merge a copy of the TV screen, essentially, into this point of the timeline, because I want to get a little bit of the lighting detail that's been going on in the footage already, which is just like that little lamp and those little reflections. Those kind of matter a lot when we're talking about compositing. So the way that we're going to do that is I'm simply going to drag an output here and create a merge node right here. And as you can see, that created a copy of our TV screen in the front of our pipeline, which is the amazing thing about Resolve. I don't need to add another layer. I just do that. So now that we're here, this is kind of everything that I want to capture. I think that adds a lot of life and a lot of detail into whatever you're compositing, because it matches the environment that it's in. And also it gives us a little bit of that noise in there. The noise and the grain stuff kind of matters. You want to emulate the noise pattern that kind of shows up on your things. I just recently got a tool to do that. It's really computer intensive, so I tend not to want to bring it out because my computer's already fucking collapsing it on itself. So I'm not going to do that. I'm really just going to composite this whole thing in. Now I already have a mask here. There's a couple of things that I can do. Like theoretically, I could connect this mask here. But the only problem with that is that gives me, I have the mask inverted. And I can't do that on a pipeline by pipeline basis. It just doesn't work like that. So I really just copy the mask. Masks are one of those things that unless you're masking the exact same thing in different nodes, it's really hard to reuse them, in my opinion. So I tend to just copy the mask. So I'm going to do that, copy the mask, and then I'm going to pop this guy in here. And then you're going to see that the same thing is going to happen. We see a little mask here, very tiny. I don't fully understand why this happens with the mask. But I think it's because I really don't know. I don't understand why that happens. So what I tend to do is I tend to just add a transform here, XF. Put that into the yellow output and then put that into the mask output, and I just increase the size of my mask. And I just try to make it fit again in the parameters. It's not supposed to do this. It's supposed to just kind of like be there. And I think it's honestly something to do with the resolution parameters that I'm using. Some other with the comp. But so now you see that this mask is inverted. If I uninvert it, it shows me the screen again, and then I go into my merge node right here, and I apply hypotenuse is one that I'd like to apply. In the last shot, it looked really good because there was a lot of white highlights. There's a lot of sort of warm highlights. There's not a whole lot of crazy things in here. So it's not going to show up as much. So I'm just going to try to find something that looks good. Screen kind of takes everything that's black and puts it away. I don't mind it, but I actually think that the best one to use here might be something, not soft light, that's too dark. Overlay is way too dark. Might be something like multiply is also way too dark. I did this yesterday and I'm trying to remember which one I used. I think I might have genuinely used in like use experiment, and then you bring in the gain and kind of like, you don't want to bring in the blend a little bit because it helps you kind of match the exposures of what you had. Like that. Okay, perfect. So I think I actually like the way that that looks. It's matching a lot better with the exposure, and we haven't even sort of dealt with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to turn up the gain a little bit on my image to make it look like it's a TV a little bit better. And then the last thing that I think I want to do to this shot, and I'm actually not totally convinced. I would love to see that lamp there. Let me see if I can do this. And so all of that this is doing is kind of adding like an extra layer of like blending it in with the footage that is already present. And that I like the mask because I kind of accidentally get a little bit of this footage like on the edge of the TV here. And that, oh, that's what that is. I was running into that last time. Into the footage here. And I'm actually going to just soft this out a little bit. That might look a little better. And then I'm going to this mask and soft this out a little bit as well. And soft edges really are kind of like, see, that's way too soft. But I have another thing to do that alleviates that a lot. The reason I don't want these hard edges, like hard edges kind of suck. They don't look great. So we are going to take that and we're going to be okay with it for right now. But all that this is doing is adding a little bit of that. If we go into the merge, I'm going to copy this. All that this is adding a little bit of that TV screen on top. And we want that because that makes it feel a little bit grounded in reality. Let's see what soft light looks like when we use it. If it fucking wants to update. If there's any lurkers in chat, let me know how you're feeling about the whole thing. If you want to. I know we're all busy. Where's my mouse? Okay. Okay, so that's absolutely a big, like, look, that's fucking ugly. That's ugly as hell. Let me try hypotenuse again. Hypotenuse is way too bright. And you just have to play with this so for it to look good. There's no really easy answer. You kind of just have to play with it until you get an answer that feels good to you. Let me reset my brightness here. I like the way hypotenuse looks. I feel like hypotenuse looks really, really normal. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. See how I feel. Okay, cool. So that is really the composite done. That is really it. There's a couple of other things that we need to handle. So like now we have these soft edges here. That kind of sucks. There's a really easy way to handle that, I think. And that is bring another copy of the footage and then put another hard mask here. So that it brings in the copy of that footage. And we are going to do that right now. We're going to add this here. Boom, we got a copy of the footage right here. And then I think this is where we're looking. Yes. So in any second now, it will update and it will give us just like the blank TV. It's not masked, so this is just sitting on top of everything now. Move that over here, give myself some working room, get out of there. Oh, nice. Hopefully it works. There we go. So now we have that. So now we gotta kind of decide where we want these things to go. And the way that I'm gonna do that is I think I'm generally just gonna like I'm gonna unblend this a little bit so we can see the edges. Like that. And I am going to do the same thing that I did earlier, so with the brightness now. Like that. I'm gonna brighten the dog shit out of it. So now I'm seeing all of my screens pretty clearly. And I'm gonna take a polygon mask. And a polygon mask I think is absolutely the best way to do this. And then I'm gonna go right at this very edge. And I'm just going to mask that edge out as best as I can. And you can finagle with this later. But this is just to give your composite kind of a more, you blend it in right there. You blend it in and soften things out, and then you bring them back in and make them a little bit hard again so that things look good, because that's how I feel you get like a really nice thing that is analogous to reality when you're compositing, and you just bring them in because now you can soften those edges again and it'll give you something relatively easy to work with. And like this thing kind of goes all the way to the top, so I'm just going to create a shape here and I'm just going to go all the way down here, which is kind of the area that I want to target. I'm going to stop at this corner right here. I'm just going to close that out right there. And then I'm connecting it here. I invert my mask. Let me hit the merge. And so now you see not inverted. I don't need to invert it. Get over here. And now you see, am I tripping? Hold on. Am I straight tripping? Give me 1 second. That's what this will do. I'm masking it out here. Oh, because it got moved all the way over there. This is what happens when the resolution things happen. The resolution part of this like really messed up right now for some bizarre reason. And I think it's because I didn't bring in the preacher the way that I should have. Or because we're working in a 1080p timeline of some kind. So let me try this instead, because now that it's not connected, it's there. And so when I connect it here, I can manipulate it a little bit better. Hopefully I can do that. No. Go to the yellow. There you go. Can manipulate that a little bit better when I start increasing the size. And so the moral of the story is, kids, fucking make sure your resolutions are correct. That's the moral of the fucking story. Make sure your resolutions are correct, because it'll be a pain in the ass to fix later. So again with this bullshit. Yellow. So we're gonna go here. And we're just going to get to this until it covers the screen. I think I took it pretty far back. Then let's just see how this looks if we move it over here. So you see how that kind of fits into place. Let's take it further than we need to. There we go. There we go. And I feel like that looks pretty good, because now that looks like it belongs into the TV. Everything's nice and soft. And now we just got to repeat that with sort of all of the edges of the TV. And that's why I feel like this is particularly tedious. Because you just got to do that a whole bunch. Now, there is a way to do this so that you can combine all the masks, but because of the resolution thing that I'm running into, I'm afraid that might not work. So if I create another mask here, see what happens there? I don't know if I like that. Let me try something here. And I'm gonna add to this mask. And I'm just going to sort of do that here. And let's see if it stays where it needs to stay. Okay, it does stay where it needs to stay. We've adjusted for the size. Perfect, cool. So let's reset this polygon right here, since we're adding to it. And we're gonna zoom in. And we are going to do the exact same thing around the edge of this TV. And then maybe even move this a little bit over to make sure that it's covering all of the TV edges where we needed. That looks good, that looks good, that looks good. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then we just do the mask. So I have this mask right here. And so I want to see where this mask is. And I'm going to kind of go over this mask so that they overlap here. And that way I have a much better shape to track. And I'm not trying to be super perfect with this. I'm just trying to get it so that I am capturing all of the information that I need. And I'm going to go actually right up to the edge of this image right here, which for some reason I neglected to do. There we go, there we go, there we go. It's because that's not the edge of the TV, baby. I'll do that. The edge of the TV is right here. And essentially everywhere I see a checkerboard, I'm just going to draw a mask. And that is going to bring back that part of the video that's like kind of missing. And I'm going to continue it over here like that. And that's good. gonna bring it over here and close that up. And so that should have just given me the edge that I was missing. You see? Then I'm going to go back here and I'm going to add another polygon mask. This is the amazing thing. I love this about diffusion. I can just keep stacking these. It's great. And then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do this guy and this guy and kind of start right here. And we can move on to sort of right there. And zoom in here like that. And go in here like that. And go in here like that. And in this edges, there's really not that much soft edge situation. So I'm not super worried about it. But I think it's still nice to sort of, because you see the screen image kind of dipping into that side. I think it's nice to be super consistent about stuff like that. And I go all the way over here and do that, pop. And then you can shift out and you can close out some masking. And I feel like that's doing a pretty good job at making things look like they belong into this TV. This coffee goes fucking hard, dude. And so let's do the final one, kind of eliminate that blurred edge. And I think that we should be okay with that. So if you see now, if I were to turn this off and let it update for a second, you're gonna see the difference. Like, that looks fucked up. But now, looks good. Looks nice and nice. Let me add the last polygon layer here. And then I think I'm gonna start kind of like right here. Take that in here. Oh, shut up. Dun, dun. And that just brings back, I feel like, enough of the TV where like it starts to feel a lot more grounded in reality. Listen. And then we turn that into add. And then if we want to clean up any other edges, like maybe this edge right here, we can add another polygon right here, and then do maybe one of these. Just kind of fix that curve a little bit. I mean, to add to that, just kind of fix that curve a little bit. Or maybe we fuck up those points and we just do it again. So we add to that, and so we kind of find the edge that we like there, and I think I'm okay with that. Let me just move that. And so that way you can keep stacking mask on top of it to get like the perfect mask that you like. I think that looks pretty good. Gonna move that up like that, and look at that. This is what you want to see when you're masking. You want to see overlapping masks to make sure that you're getting every amount of detail that you want. Now, I do actually think that we overcorrected here. Since we went to hypotenuse, we need to bring this kind of down by like a non-insignificant amount. And I think like 6.23 or 0.623 will look good once it updates. Actually, was I at the wrong one? What was I doing? Where did I just change that parameter? Was it this guy? I'm gonna undo that. I think I need to be here. It was the color correction, the brightness correction. Perfect. And I think that looks pretty decent. I'm gonna bring down my saturation by about 30%. I think it just matches the vibe a little better. And then my lift, I'm just gonna darken my lift a little bit like that. And then just a con hair brighter. There we go. Ooh. Nice. Very good coffee. And just move things around so that it looks pretty. Get rid of that. That looks pretty good. And then the last thing I want to do is sort of add a little bit of an orange tint to match the white balance of this. And so way too much. And the reason I'm doing that is because even though like this is sort of a TV broadcast, light would be hitting the screen and it would, if not tinted for you, it would at least affect a little bit of the way that it looks. So I think I just need, I don't need it to be super strong. I just need it to be kind of like subtle so that it looks like it matches a little bit better with the background. And I think that is a screen. I think my drop shadow might be a little too intense. Let me see what it looks like without it. You can do it without exploding. I think I like it without the drop shadow, actually. If it updates properly. This is a lot of what I spend my time doing. Perfect. Okay. I mean, I think that looks decent. I'm going to leave the drop shadow there, but I'm going to turn it on, turn it off. And like, I feel like that looks pretty damn good. Turn the blend back up. Okay, I feel like that looks pretty good. Pretty convincingly there. Maybe I can add some scan lines to my node flow here. I don't like damage. Is that how you do it? Scan lines. Sharpness. Way too much. Line frequency. I can turn them out pretty high, I think. Like that. And the sharpness a little bit. And then a little bit of more phosphor brightness. And let's see what that looks like. And first of all, let me save. We're saving. And then let's see what that looks like in like full resolution. I mean, I think that looks pretty decent. There's something about this top edge that is bothering me, but I think that's just like the area that we were at. Because that is not softened at all. The TV shit. So maybe it's this mask. Or like the softening is affecting it a little too much. Maybe it's this mask where like the softness is affecting it a little too much. Correct. That is the mask that is doing it. I'm going to bring this up over here. And then hopefully that didn't fuck up something else. And it doesn't really matter because at the top we have the whole thing. So I think that actually looks really good. I really fuck with that. So now let's go back into the edit page. And that looks fucked up. What does that look fucked up here? What is the problem here? Because it looks fine here. Is it this? I think it's this button. Why does that look so fucked on the edit page? Is it because I'm using proxies? Back. I prefer camera originals. Let's see if that makes a difference. I don't think that's making a difference. So what is it looking fucked up? Is it this? I mean, that looks way better on the edit page than it does in here. But I need to bring it down a notch. Yeah, I think it's just that. I mean, it looks appropriate with the television. Maybe just a little bit more. Let's do some Googling about that.
I'm currently using...
Oh my god. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, let me see what Jesus Christ. Let's turn over here for a second.
Show you how you can fix this unmatch edit page preview and the Fusion preview. So you can see there is a small difference between Fusion and edit page. So how to fix this? So I'm using Access color space transform. So if you don't know how to use Access, then I will recommend you to watch that tutorial first. I will put the link in the description. You can watch that thing. The problem of this thing is like it is overlapping your LUTs. Okay, so if I go to my clips, so you can see that I'm using a color space transform to make the EXR image to Rec 709. So that's why it is looking like that. So actually why this things happens, okay, why there is a color difference between these two. Okay, so the reason number one is because it was overlapping your LUT and your color space. Okay, so what is happening, like in the Fusion tab, it is using the preview LUT, okay, the Fusion tab which is given by DaVinci Resolve. So it is using these LUTs. Okay, so if I turn this thing off, it will be default to your exe sequence. Okay, so and if you enable this thing, it will apply the LUT on this thing, fusion LUT, and it will be look closer to your main one. Okay, but it is not correct. So you can see there is a color difference between these two. Like if I like this two, it is more gamma. The gamma of this thing is brighter. Like you can see the face light, and in this one you can see it is dark. So actually what is happening and how to fix this. So if you want to fix this, you need to just add a access transform. You have to just write ACES access transform. So it will look like this, and what is happening, like it is now overlapping your access transform to your LUT. Okay, so what you need to do, you have to turn off your LUT, and then you have to copy this setting. Okay, 1.3 CG Rec 709. Okay, and then you will see that your edit page and the fusion tab will be look similar, but now your edit page is not looking like that. Okay, so if you go to your fusion tab, you have to just turn off this node. Okay, so when you turn off this node, your edit page will look right, but your fusion will not look right. Okay,
I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Let me do something here. Edit fusion view LUT. Because that's just like a preview LUT. Like that's not really affecting anything on my side. Yeah, so that's not really affecting anything on my side. So why does it look so fucked here? Why isn't that showing up now? Oh my goodness. Okay. That looks roughly the same, maybe a little darker there. I think maybe I just don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I just don't do that. Let's see what it looks like in full res. And like that looks like it can work. Yeah, I think we're going for a little bit of like hyper reality here, so I don't think it's bad. No. I'm trying that with Huggins. I think that looks pretty good. Cool. It looks pretty solid. No, if I can get the frame to update, that'd be great. But whatever, that's fine. I don't need to see it in real time. What am I talking about? I don't need to see my work in real time. Dude, I need a new computer so bad. So bad. There we go. Frames updating. Go back to quarter. It'll look like dog shit, but I think that looks good. Cool. I would love for you to not crash yourself. I would love for you to not crash. That'd be delicious. Nice, thank you. Let me save. Went back to quarter resolution.
Book of Revelation about what is going to happen. It's not good, folks. Well, it's great if you're saved.
Cool.
If you believe in the Holy Trinity.
I am so pleased with that. So now what I'm going to do here is I am going to save this because this is the next couple of shots are going to be on the exact same TV. So I really just have to replace the media of the preacher, and like the compositing is already done for me, which is like, again, one of those delicious things about Fusion. It's like if the effects are almost the same, you just have to really make them one time, which is just delicious. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as a template. And I'm going to go to Fusion, Templates, Revelator, TV Screen Composite. And then I'm going to go screens 2 to 4. And I know that my screen's 4. Look at the way, look at the mask. Like, that looks kind of fucking rad. But again, the same basic thing that we've been doing for every one of them is just like I make it like a main branch, and then I merge everything into my main branch. The main reason is like in case I ever need to try something new, I'm not struggling with getting stuff out of here. I can just pop out this whole tree, copy it, and do the whole thing. I can copy it on the side and then merge it back in, and I don't have to worry about like ruining anything that may be happening over here or ruining every other aspects of like my node tree. And yeah, that is it, baby. That's the shot. Does it look good? I hope so. I think it looks good. And then I think I just need to upscale. I'm worried that when I upscale everything that's happening in here, in the timeline, it'll like the mask and everything will get fucked up. So hopefully that doesn't matter. Hopefully that doesn't happen, I should say. But for right now, this is great. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna save here. And then get that here. This kind of work is like really fun, but it's also really, really, I think, kind of mentally demanding. Because you're just trying to get the best shot out of something. Okay, that looks great. And so this timeline is currently 1920. Let's do 6144 by 3240. And nothing got fucked up. Oh my god. That's amazing. That's amazing. God, that makes me feel so good. Because now the timeline settings are the full resolution. So I can edit a 1920, change the resolution later, and I won't have to worry too much about things. Cool. Now I'm going to change this setting. And I'm going to go 6K. So it's been updated to 6K. And then I'm keeping all my assets and shit that I've used. So screen 2. Preacher 1 goes here. And then Preacher 2 will go here. And then TV screen 2. These are all the same shot almost. No! No! Huggins, no! You gave me another shot. Fuck! I really thought I was just going to be able to copy the whole thing over. That sucks. But yeah, this goes into TV screen 2. And then the timeline also goes to TV screen 2. That way I'm keeping all of my stuff relatively organized. Boom, 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 boom. And then these ones, I wish I could flag them. Color tag? Yeah, let's color tag them. Let's color tag 2 blue. And let's color tag 1 as green. I don't know when that comes in handy, but I'm sure it will come in handy at some point. Whatever. Shit, dude. I really did think that I was just going to be able to like copy the same composite. We can do roughly the same things, but this one will be a little bit more complicated because now we have a TV that is not facing the camera. It has a little bit more perspective. So the compositing might be a little bit tougher, but the process is the same. It's just the masking that you do and all of that other good stuff. That looks a little different. So I'm gonna take a BRB. I'm probably gonna make breakfast for a little bit, just a couple of eggies, maybe some bacon. Or I'm at least gonna put shit in the oven. And then I'll come back and I'll finish the other one. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Enjoy the sweet little lo-fi. All right. I got breakfast. Just some bacon and eggs. Look at that. Just some lovely, lovely bacon and eggs. While I eat, though, I should probably just hang out. Oops. Let's just hang. Vibes. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, homeboy got a hair transplant. All right. Let's check this shit out. I'm a Susan Main. Oops.
Welcome back to the channel. Today is a guide to give you all the right tips and essentials to help you improve on Invisible Woman. No matter your rank, this guide will help you build the right fundamentals. Everything is timestamped, and let's begin. So let's discuss why play her. What makes Invisible Woman interesting is the fact the line in which she can heal can also do damage and push through multiple enemies.
This is
Unlike
Daz.
Dagger, where you need to
I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, so this
you
is
can knock people off the map and
the shit that I
really
watch while I'm
rely
eating.
on strategists and pull off some insane plays. It's why she's my favorite healer, but remember to be flexible, to be able to play other healers in different situations. Overall, countless times I have gotten MVP in ranked and pulled more than my weight in heals and damage. She reminds me of playing a disciplined priest in World of Warcraft, and she's incredibly versatile. Another reason why she's incredibly versatile and I enjoy playing her is that even though I may not be able to get DPS, at least I can add a lot to the team, and it's why I've already hit Lord on her. She's amazing, she's a lot of fun. So let's get into the best settings for Invisible Woman. Here are my recommendations when it comes to settings for Invisible Woman.
Playing with the color green is
Notice
crazy.
right off the rip that I went to accessibility. The reason why is I personally find it easier for ally colors to be green and enemy health bars to be red. This is just personal preference, but I need things to stick out visually. So this is the settings that I definitely utilize. You can also change your specific settings for Invisible Woman. You click on this and you go to her. There's nothing exactly crazy. I would just say the biggest thing is the range hint. I don't know if that's on by default, but I have turned it off. It can help you, especially when you're trying to get that range. Like we have mentioned, it is 30 meters. That'll be later in the video. Now also the healing reticle feedback, so you know when you're healing versus when you're damaging, because you could also miss, so you need to know when you're hitting. I've turned this off. Over time, you'll get used to this, but it's also recommended. I also have allied health bars on all the time, so I can see where everyone's health is. You can adjust the visibility of allied health bars, so that's pretty much what it means. I have it on. It's pretty much on by default, I'm pretty sure, but I just went on just to turn it on overall. Now, in terms of overall settings, I turn these into what feels most comfortable for me. You'll notice my melee is on X. That's partly because when I played World of Warcraft, it was one of the buttons I hit a lot when using my thumb. I put Q and E just so it's really close to W as I'm moving around, and it just adds that ability. And then of course I have F and then my ultimate, which is V, because that's what my ultimate was on Apex Legends. So I tend to, you know, gravitate towards what feels best and what feels comfortable there. Those are pretty much all the settings. This is my sensitivity setting here at 0.65. I do use mouse acceleration, so there is that. You can turn these settings off. Whatever's going to help you get a general. You don't have to be exact. Remember, you don't have critical hits when it comes to Invisible Woman, so you don't have to be like perfect with your science. But the idea is that you're being smart about the bounce back effect, which we'll also discuss here in a minute. But that is all the settings I can think of. If you want more
Dude,
settings,
bacon and eggs.
I definitely cover them in a beginner's guide. I can put them down the description.
Best breakfast
for you
ever.
if that is helpful. So let's get into the next piece. Now, before we go into the next bit, something that a lot of healers have been utilizing is going to audio. Scroll all the way down and do voiceover subtitles. This will help you know whenever you see that ultimates are being utilized. I have it on large. I put the text on red so I can see it. If you play World of Warcraft, it works as like a raid boss thing where it tells you something is incoming. Because sometimes there's so much audio clutter that you need a second to look down and see that something is going on or an ultimate did go out. Just a little helpful tip that can also help you as well, especially if for really any healer. Now, for some, this part may be less interesting. We're going to break down each ability for beginners. Now, of course, we'll be sure to add various tips to help you also go to the next level to intermediate and advanced. So just a reminder, you have a base of 275 HP, so a bit more than the normal squishy DPS. But also the downside of Invisible Woman is you don't have too much momentum besides your run and your jump forward. I think it's important to still know the stats in the back of your head so you know exactly what you're doing, which is the main attack or projection. This will either heal for 40 per hit or damage for 20 per hit. This has a rate of fire 0.5 per second and a projectile speed of 120 meters per second, meaning it's not the fastest, but not the slowest either. The bounce matters a ton, so here's a tip I would provide. So aiming down towards the floor can also help hone in on your targets, better than waiting for the bounce back. You don't benefit from criticals, so that's why I recommend this pretty amazing tip. Its weakness is the fact that it's only 30 meters max, so that's why I say imagining your line of sight. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into empty server on Midtown, and I want to explain the LOS and how that works, but also the downside, especially if you're healing a flyer. Let's say, for example, Iron Man or Storm. Let's get into that. Now, before we go into Midtown and discuss that 30-meter range, the best way to look at her heals is when it bounces off of a wall and where you're looking. So let's say this is Invisible Woman right here, and she's throwing. Yeah, she's going to keep throwing in different directions, but if you look at another area and you're trying to get a flyer here and where they're at, your shield can be more effective. So what you're really looking for, if you have, let's say, a few people here, is that you'll be more effective by using your 30-meter range here and then using your shield for outliers that happen to be around. So I'm going to highlight over this because this is also a friendly, and over here as well. Just kind of like we're having to manage as well. Again, convoy matches are going to be your best friend, but when we discuss this in Midtown and pushing, you're essentially looking for those lines, and when we look for those, especially...
Sorry, how you doing, Pisces? Thank you for the hydrate. I didn't even know you were in chat. Were you lurking?
Domination is a lot harder when everyone's kind of running around. Try to back up and find that middle space. There's like that little, I would almost call it your little bubble. It's funny, especially coming from Invisible Woman. The little bubble and sweet spot where you're going.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm trying to learn how to get better at supporting with Susan. Nice to see you. I'm gonna keep working in a second. I'm just munching on bacon and eggs. So I realized that I didn't have breakfast before I started working. You doing anything cool today? Just hanging out, relaxed day for you?
Going to find a lot of success. And even as I'm doing it, the more I do it, the more consistent I become, especially as a healer, compared to others where their range is a lot further, compared to, let's say, Luna, where it's like infinite. You just kind of like DP, you know, hit anybody in DPS, and also...
Yeah, she's the one that I'm maining a lot.
Mantis, you only need to do a quick look.
I've won a lot of games with her. She's fucking rad. She's cool.
Specific skill set when it comes to looking for that radius and bubble you're at, but also can be really detrimental.
She's like high-key my favorite healer right now.
Current theme in today's guide. Let's go into Midtown. Let's discuss this. Now, the reason why I'm showing Midtown is a lot of maps that are in very close, tight places, especially where enemies really line up, is going to be your strength. Where you start to have weaknesses, as we discussed earlier by showcasing line of sight, is where enemies start to really spread out, or even friendlies for that matter. So you really benefit by being behind the teams. We don't want to be too close because you overextend, but you also don't want to be too far away. So let's find that balancing act. So we're going to kind of discuss that in the positioning here. What we're going to do is we're going to work dynamically through attack. So a really great example is just outside the door is where you're hitting, and you see how far that is. As you start to position, now the biggest weakness is that you can heal your friendlies here at this angle, but realize that most of the time, unless they're stacked up, you're only going to hit a few, especially if they're positioned this way. Now, the ideal position, especially if you're right behind Doctor Strange, is that you are positioned right behind him and then behind everybody to get everyone in a single line. Now, let's say you saw an Iron Man, then you would flick and then get the shield up, or if somebody was over here, you put a shield, heal them up, and you know your range. Now, the best thing you can do is you have people overextend positioning, you slow, and then you pull in. And as you pull in, that usually creates a moment where you can stack on top of them, your friendly could be able to dive, and so forth, and you start moving forward. Now, the hard part is, when we talk about this line, is that she really benefits by being towards, like, the mid to back line, like, almost not in the front, but also not in the back. But if you start doing stuff like this, while it's great for a flank, remember, how many people are you getting in that line of sight? It really benefits if you got 1, 2, and 3, and there's 2 people here without a Doctor Strange, then you're just going... It's the best example in audio I can give where everything starts tackling and building up on one another. So you want to look for the...
Oh shit, that's awesome, dude. When is it? I haven't heard about it. I'm just bad at checking Discord, I think. I'd love to check it out. in the official flag. Dude, that's fucking awesome. I love that for you. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know if I can help. Let me check your Discord real quick. Yeah. I just might take you up on that. Yeah, absolutely, dude. If I can help, I will help. This has been a headache. Oh no, how so? Also, dude, I know me and Jaleel want to host a Dragon Ball Spark and Zero tournament, and it's been fucking, it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, it is a lot of behind the scenes stuff. I want to do some more live events too, so eventually, hopefully, I get the ability to do that. But it's so much fucking organizing. God damn. Sorry if you can hear like mouth sounds.
For those lines. If you are in front of your tank, you run the risk of being overextended. A Bucky will grab you, somebody will grab you. If you are too far behind, you're not able to reach.
Oh shit, you're gonna be on the front page of Twitch? That's huge, dude. That's awesome. Congratulations, that's so cool. Ah, absolutely. Let me know if I can help. Is there like a Twitch event happening that is boosting you guys? I'm so out of touch. Excuse me. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Congrats. Canva subscription renewal and I'm flopping. It was very funny. I'm a decent graphic designer. Jaleel is also very good at making flyers. So send me what you got on Discord. Let me look at it. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm pretty decent. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick, and we'll get back to it. Okay. Okay. I'm back. I'm fully back. I've eaten. I've got my coffee. Let's get this bread. Ooh, I see. Okay. More in line. Okay. I think I see what's going on with the flyer. So this is the overlay. It's a lot of blues in the overlay. Hold on. Let's look at this. If you don't mind me taking a look at this. Excuse me, heavens. So there's a lot of blue here. I like the text. Nice. Okay, so this is your overlay. Your faces are going to be here. And this needs to be more in line with that. Nice. Okay. So my first thought is that why does Discord insist upon itself into taking so much fucking room on my monitor? Calm down, dude. Take up half. You get half the screen, Discord. The current flyer has to be scrapped, and the flyer needs to be similar to this. Okay, cool. So I actually think that I don't have access to Photoshop on this computer. But you're kind of on the right track. You have a nice wallpaper. I think the red needs to be replaced with blue. And I think your fonts need to be more rival-esque, more blocky. Okay. I mean, when do you need it by? Because I feel like I can throw something relatively nice together in like a day or two. I'll do some more composite shots and then I can work on this a little bit. End of day today. Perfect. Okay. Tell you what, I am going to do a couple more of composite shots of like my actual job. Yes, disconnect. I'm gonna do a couple more jobs of like my actual job, which is this. And then I can help you with that because I think that you have the right idea. And I think if you follow the motif of Rivals with the lightning thing that they got going on, I think you can make a really decent flyer. The biggest change is really that your colors just need to match a little bit better. And that's why I think you're struggling. Because that looks good. I like this. This is good. This is good. I'm into it. Here, let's get through a couple more of my shots and I can absolutely help you out with that. But I can do it on, maybe I can do it on stream. Because I don't have Photoshop on this laptop. It's really annoying on this computer because Photoshop stopped working on my computer. Unless I can like install, not Acrobat, get the fuck out of here, Acrobat. Unless I can install like a old version of it. God damn it. I don't even have CC installed in this computer. We'll take a look at it in a second. I can absolutely help you out. I closed the tab where I was monitoring my YouTube chat, even though there's nobody in my YouTube chat. Shut up. Dude, YouTube adverts have been the worst lately. Just the absolute worst. Also, YouTube needs a better way to monitor your chat. This is kind of a nightmare. It's live. Oh shit. So Pisces, something really funny is when we first met, I didn't know how to spell your name. So there was a Pisces Plays instead of Pisces Please. There was a Pisces Plays that is like a shark VTuber personality. They're cool. Like I have no problem with them. They're cool. But every time they go live, I think you are going live. And one time I hopped into their chat and I said, "Hey Pisces," and they like didn't know who I was. And I was like so confused because I thought it was you. And I tried to like remind. I was like, "Oh, we met in like Nostalgia," but and they were just like, "Dude, who are you?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." So every time I get an email, I thought you just went live because they just went live, and I just gotta unfollow them. Like they're nice people, like I like their content, but it's not my brand of content, so I really just gotta unfollow them. Okay, so I'm gonna save this one. Doesn't really matter because I don't have another shot with this one because Huggins decided to fucking change the angle up on me. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do, excuse me, heavens. New timeline, selected clips. not use project settings. We're gonna go. No, we are gonna do project settings because we're working with the source resolution. So we're gonna do that. And then this timeline is gonna be TV screen 3 upscale to 6K. That's a really annoying name, but I needed to keep track of what I'm doing because if I work on the full resolution, like it will never work. It will never work. It'll just take so long. So Preacher 3 goes here. TV goes on top. Preacher goes at the bottom. The image doesn't change very much. You'll see it in a second. But I'm actually not even gonna... I'm just gonna use this to line it up. TV screen, I need you to update DaVinci. So my computer is like on its way out. My computer can essentially just kind of game. And when we're working with big footage that is, you know, Apple ProRes, whatever the fuck, it struggles sometimes. So this can be a little tedious. And it crashed. Yay! Yeah, let's get that back. My GPU is just getting up there. This is an 8-year-old computer. I'm using a 2080. And like I really need to be working on at least a 3080 or a 4080 to be like really keeping in chat with whatever I'm doing. Because I'm doing a lot more paint out work, and it works fine when I shoot on Blackmagic because DaVinci owns the codec, and like the Blackmagic stuff isn't really a problem. But when we're working with something that requires a lot of fusion composition or something like that, it gets really buggy. It gets really buggy, really easy. And I do hate it. I really do hate it. So TV screen 3, let's go back here. No, wait, where's the timeline? There we go, timeline, let's go back here. So let's bring this down. You can see that the TV doesn't really move all that much. So I really have just been, there's not a whole lot of movement in the shot beside what's happening in the TV. So I have been freeze framing the TV so that I can extend the time like that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to delete this because again, we want to be working on the source footage. So I'm going to do that and we're going to composite into it, and then we're going to go directly into it, and it should be, thankfully, a 6:144 by 32. Where's my music? No. Spotify. I closed Spotify. Spotify. Can I get some synth wave? Can I get some stream beats synth wave? Let's go. Sick. God damn it. Spotify used to be able to open in the background. All right. So same situation that we've been doing kind of the whole time. Media end. This is gonna be TV screen. I'm gonna disconnect. I'm gonna disconnect this. Put it like that. Make a background node. Give it 30 seconds to update. Pisces, what computer are you running? What graphics card and shit are you running? Be here. That's gonna go there. And actually, I lied. That's not gonna go there. I gotta do the background thing. I do not know. Copy. Background. Put that in there. And again, I really just like to do this because I like to on branch. I like to keep everything that I'm working with like really separate, because it can be a huge pain in the ass later on. And then I'm gonna brighten this up again so that I can see what the fuck I'm doing with the mask. And this one's actually pretty nice because I can see everything that's going on, so I can actually mask relatively effectively to it. And I think that I'm just gonna have to go ahead. Let me bring this over here. Bring this over here. Make sure it stays connected, and then let's mask this out. I gotta make lunch. I'll be here lurking though. Hell yeah, thank you, Pisces. I'll look at your flyer in a little bit and help you out. So we have one corner there. The way I'm kind of look at this is like, this is still like a square, even though it's like kind of rounded there. I'm gonna treat it as a square, and then I'm gonna mask that part of the TV back in. Like, I shouldn't have to worry too much about keeping the lines super crazy, because the TV itself will kind of provide me with the frame that I need. I am gonna get somewhat close though. There's no reason to not get close, you know? You should always try to be as close as you possibly can to get the best results. And I'm following the edge, the inside edge of the TV here as best as I can. Sometimes I fuck it up like that. But I'm following this inside edge here, because all of this will be comped back out. And so like that is way too far, so all of this will be comped back in like that. But this is again just a shadow. So I think I'm okay if I just do this. And then go to this corner. Yeah, go to this corner. And then keep it like that. Cheeky little mask here. Cheeky little mask here. And then there's so much curve here. Jesus. And then cheeky little mask here. And I think that takes us to the point where we can take this out. And again, we're going to comp a copy of the TV back on there, so I don't have to be super precise about what this is going, because we are going to comp that out, invert that. And that looks like a pretty good mask. That looks nice. Looks on that side. We're going to soften it like just a little bit, like that. Gives us a nice edge. And then we are going to get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. We're going to go back to my templates and get the Revelator VFX. We're going to get this guy here. And we're going to borrow a couple of nodes. We're going to borrow this guy. And then we are going to borrow these two guys. And then the rest of this can go. And so this is what we're going to be composited in, but we got to change the priest here. We don't need that. So let's go into our media pool and then find Preacher 3. And I've already made it the length that I need it to be. I made it 297 frames because I timed that out in the edit page, but I'm just bringing this in so that we can have the full resolution file here. So I can keep the full resolution file, and like we're working right on that. And so like that'll make everything look way better. This is already going to be relatively like composed. I'm not going to show it because it'll take forever, but you see it in just a hot second. This takes an analog video signal and sort of turns it into a 640 it takes a really high resolution video signal and turns it into like a 640 by 480p resolution file. Then we're going to go here And actually, I'm going to borrow the lens distortion here. I'm going to borrow the lens distortion. I'm going to connect this here, connect this here to the two. And you'll see that as I merge these two together, once it updates, you'll see my footage kind of sat on top. And let me make sure that this is looking good because there's some level of transformation that I got to do. Merge. Let's look at that first. Okay, perfect. So I got to reduce the size of this pretty significantly because it's such a big file. And I just put it up there. Perfect. And I just want to look at another to see where I should center it. Okay, lovely, lovely. Let me put it this guy like right there. And that should be plenty. Let's go back to the merge here. Give it 60 seconds to update again. And just save. So right now what's happening is that this is on the top and we need it to be at the bottom. So you notice what's happening here, which is really, really annoying, is that whenever I flip this, it goes back to the 640 by 480 resolution. That's a pain in the ass. Quick way to fix that when that happens is, this is because we're working with the full resolution. I'm just going to make a background node that's going to be the size of my comp. I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to make that transparent like that. And then I'm going to merge this in here. And what that should give me is the ability to put this in some form where it belongs. Not sure why it's not showing up now though. I'm really not sure. Let me check this out because I need this to be, I need a merge node here like that, and I need this to be the foreground. I wasn't showing it because the merge was wrong. So now we're in merge 3. So I'm not showing it because it's too small. Let's go to merge 4, see if that helps. Why is it not showing? Why is it not showing? There we go. But then now if I do that, it's fine. We're at the resolution that we need. So now let's do a transform and let's stretch this out to the size that we need. And this one's gonna be interesting because we gotta match the perspective of the TV. So now it's like roughly the size that we need, kind of like that. Let me go back here and then like really reduce the size of this film. This piece right here, perfect. And so the main difference between this one and the other ones that we're doing is that we need to do a corner positioner. And the reason we need to do that is because this TV is at a perspective, so we need to position things a little differently. So I'm actually gonna do this one. I can do that one. I need to do this one. Maybe not. Maybe I do need to do this one. And I know that it's a little weird because the the points, oh my goodness. I'm an idiot because the points are not necessarily 100% aligned, but you can kind of do your best here. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to sort of be in perspective. You're just gonna have to play with it until it kind of fits, and that may mean transforming it a little bit more. So let's make it a little bit bigger and then move it a little bit over here and go back to the corner positioning, and that's roughly, excuse me, I'm trying to line this corner over here and like this corner over here and like this corner over here and then this corner over here and then this corner over here. And it is kind of a pain in the ass, but you kind of learn to deal with it. And like I feel like that looks fairly in perspective. So what I think I might do, here's what I think I might do, is that, yeah, look at me, I figured it out. It turns out it matters what order you put shit in. I'm gonna position that here, and then like do that. And then I go ahead and do that here. And I know that this is kind of like not lining up here, but that's okay. That's what the lens distort is gonna do for us, I believe. So we're gonna put that there, put that there, put that there. And so then after it's transformed, we're gonna do a lens distort. And then we are going to kind of do the opposite, line up the edges there, and then just make that motherfucker bigger. Yeah, line up the edges there. And just make it bigger. And I feel like that already looks kind of fucking really good. Let me go back, let me save, in case we crash. Let me go back to the full resolution. And like that already looks like it kind of belongs there. Because the perspective is there. Excuse me, heavens. Sorry, I'm on my phone. What am I doing? What am I doing? Ah, Jesus. I just want to check my messages real quick. Okay, so this already looks pretty good in this perspective. I would believe that. We're still not done though. And I actually don't even think we need a secondary mask to composite stuff because I already think that looks really good. We just got a really good first mask. The next thing that we need to do is add in kind of like the screen reflections. And we're going to do that just by taking a node here and then merging it back on top there. And so that gives us a copy of the original screen. We're going to take our mask, we're going to copy it, we're going to put it in here, and then we're going to invert it so that we can see the screen again. Wait, hold on. No, there we go. I need it like that. So that we can see the screen again, and then we're going to block this out. And what we're going to do is we're going to find a blending mode. I find hypotenuse really works for me. Our mask, something happens at some point here where like the mask gets transformed really weirdly, and it's very annoying. I really don't understand why it keeps happening. But all we got to do is just transform the mask. For some reason the mask like gets squished when we go from this merge to this merge, and I'm not entirely sure why. And actually, let me try that. Let me see if I do a merge. And I put it here. And then I go, let's merge that in there. And then I put this mask in there. Is that, see, that mask is kind of working fine. So what happens if I put this over there and now I merge it in? Does that fix my problem? I think so. Immerse it in, and then we go, let's try something really obvious just to make sure that it is working. And then let's do that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Let's see. Actually go here. I don't think that this is working. The thing I want to get all of those details. Calm down, Brian. So now we're getting all of that. That's in there. Let's get here. Put that in there again. And then let's get that. Okay. I don't like that. Why is that happening? Why is it taking that resolution? See, but that's not where I need it, because I need this to be at the top. So I need that to be over there. Okay. The mask is the correct size, but the merge is not. And I want to know why. I want to know why that is the case. Auto resolution. There we go. Oh my God, is that really all that it needed? Let me see. Settings. Please, yeah, save default. Please, put that shit in auto resolution all the time. My goodness. Okay. So, it seems fine. Let's go to normal. And then let's see what happens if I overlay it. So my mask is inverted still. Am I stupid? Okay, I see him. I see him. I see him. I may be stupid, but I see him. Cool. There we go. There we go, baby. Let's try hypotenuse. That's been the one that has worked the best for me. And all I gotta do is turn this down like that. And then maybe turn the blend down a little bit. That looks fucking great. And then we go over here and I go brightness and contrast. And I just kind of boost this up so that we can see it a little better. Not that. Turn the lift down. And that to me looks like it belongs there. Hey, Blukey, how you doing? First time chatter. What's up? You a co-worker as well? You been working on your stuff too, or you just hanging out? Thank you so much for being here with us. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Tasty. I think that looks phenomenal. Yeah, just working on school assignments. Hell yeah. What are you in school for? Are you in like college or are you like still in high school? Saw your stream and thought I might pop by. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I'm so glad that you're enjoying this. I love doing compositing. I love doing this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna turn down the saturation a little bit just because like TVs back in the old days used to not be as saturated. Well, they used to, but I'm going for like a messed up old VHS vibe. I'm gonna turn up the gamma just a little bit. Yeah, that's way too much. Way too much gamma. Actually, I think I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. It actually does not need to be turned on at all. This is fine the way that it was. Maybe turn the shadows down a little bit. Perfect. And I think that that looks phenomenal. That looks so good. So it's just a matter of whether or not my client wants it to look even brighter or whatnot. I'm going to send them a picture right now. Let's see another DaVinci user. Dude, absolutely. DaVinci is like genuinely the best video editing software out there. I was a Premiere user for a long time. And you know, it was pretty awful. Being a DaVinci user was like genuinely absolutely awful. Crash all the time, didn't work all the time. The node-based system just like makes sense for me. I am very, very happy to be using DaVinci. Are you a video editor as well, Bloogie? Yeah, the tools you have in DaVinci is amazing. Dude, they're so good. They're just unequivocally amazing. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. What kind of videos do you edit, brother? I love meeting editors. You guys, we fucking rule. Motion graphics for now. Ooh, nice. That is, I do a lot of this type of work. I do a lot of this kind of like compositing work. I do some motion graphics, but I'm really not good at it. I'm decent, okay, enough at it. I respect you, motion graphics people. You guys are phenomenal. Dude, that's exciting. Do you have anywhere where I can see your stuff? I love making like this type of connection. Because sometimes there's shit that I need that I just generally don't know how to do. Because I am a graphic designer. Minecraft, you don't really need any footage. Yeah, it's pretty great. Save image. Not save image. I do a lot of my motion graphics through Fusion as well. And I just still have not mastered the keyframing. Not the keyframing, the spline editing. The spline editing is like the thing that to make things look really good. Keyframing is the only thing I hate about DaVinci. Dude, me too. I like really wish it was easier to keyframe. Because After Effects, I don't like After Effects. I hate After Effects. I've always hated After Effects, but they figured out keyframing really, really well. I think I'm done with this shot, brother. Like, this looks good. I don't know. Is there anything you can see that looks fucked up? Because I think this looks amazing. I would follow you up on VGen. Ooh, feel free to please link it to me. Genuinely. You can pop it up on the chat. I'm doing a bunch of compositing. It's not noticeable at all. Hell yeah, thank you. Fuck yeah. That makes me feel good. One second. Let me see. Ooh, dude, this looks nice. Bluky, I love your avatar, Bluky. That's awesome. I love your avatar. It is so cute. Let me see, let me see. The footage might be too hard to see though, but that depends on the scene as well. Yeah, I think that it's I can brighten it up a little bit, but the scene is just lit kind of dimly, so I think it's okay. If not, the client will give me notes. See what that looks like. Let me see what your reel looks like, brother. Ooh, you do 3D. Oh, this is amazing, dude. Hold on. Do you mind if I show this on stream? Because this looks great. Yeah, go ahead. Hell yeah. Let's look at what Bluky's doing over here. That's awesome. That's pretty great. This is my After Effects Blender work. Nice. Yeah, I can tell. That looked amazing. Blender, your Blender work looks great. This is cool. I love that you set that up in Blender. Damn, this looks righteous. Hey, how you doing, Duke? Welcome, bub. Thank you. I appreciate it. I worked pretty hard on the layout. Glad you could join us, brother. God damn, dude. Look at that. God damn. Bluky, just so you know, Duke Stamina is also a motion graphics designer. Thank you so much for the follow, Spencer. Appreciate you. You guys rule. He's also another motion graphics designer, so he can appreciate this. Let me see. Fan edit, commission only. Fan made layer. Oh, watch that. Don't fail me now, computer. You can do it. Yeah, dude. So I've been doing compositing. Oh, what's up? Yeah, it's great. Check it out. First motion graphic project done entirely in DaVinci Resolve. Broke me at first, dude. Me too. That shit broke me. I'm using 3D in DaVinci Resolve today is one of my favorite motion graphic project. Hell yes. Let me look at this. Here, tell my music to shut the fuck up for a second. You can do 1080. Come on. My internet's not that bad. We can do 1080. There we go. This is neat. This neat, man. I like this. Dude, hey, awesome. Yeah, dude, there's all DaVinci. Okay, so Bluky, I've never used DaVinci to do anything like this complex. This parallax that you've managed to get here. Hold on. Like, I need to take the plunge. Dude, it's so good. That parallax with the background and everything here, for some reason, blew my mind. It blew my mind. Like, that looks really good. I don't know how to get that in Resolve. I love your graphic design styling. This is great. This is... That looks so good. You got me rabbit thumping. Dude, that looks so good. And I hate it here. Looky, this looks amazing. This is genuinely really, really good work. I don't know. I'm going to follow you on Twitter. I want to keep in touch with you. This looks incredible. Follow you. That's awesome. That's great. That's great. Generally, great work. There's something really satisfying about the way that you managed to get the parallax in 3D. Like, this is great. Blender is also awesome. Like, this is great. Good job. That is fucking rad. Also, Huggins, I just got your text watching the stream. Thanks, brother. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. It's really nice. This is great. I'm really, really happy. I'm following you on Twitter. There's a good chance that at some point I always need a motion graphic designer for like very specific things, and you never know. You never know. I'll keep you in touch. But generally, that was really good design work. Can I get my taskbar here? The layout feels super clean. Yeah, you should know it. This guy is a fucking great graphic designer, Duke. He's awesome. Okay, so this composite is done, and I'm just gonna break it down real quick because I feel, thing about it is that as much ahead the program is, yeah, that's like really, like I've had to go back to using After Effects for very few things. For my kind of work, like this compositing kind of workflow, like Fusion is fantastic, and I have no problem using it. But for motion graphics, like After Effects is still, like, I think top of the industry. Like Apple Motion is okay, but I've never played with it. We're hearing from big updates. I hope so. You guys fucking need it. Okay, so let's go out here real quick. Let me break down how this node works since we got a couple of graphic designers here real quick. So this is my main branch here. And this is just holding a background so that everything sits on top. This is like my main comp. And then in here I have a side branch. And this is again just a container for my entire composition. So I put this in here so that I can work on my composition like really organized. And so that if I, for some reason, decide that I don't want it, I can just pull this out, do all my changes, and then blend it back in or completely replace it, and like not have to be completely dependent on, like, I don't have to commit to this if I don't want to. This is just a background container, completely transparent layer. This is my TV screen. This is the shot that Huggins gave me right here. Let me see if I recognize his name. Oh, his name is Andrew Huggins Films. Perfect. He's in the chat looking at this. So Huggins is a wonderful filmmaking friend of mine. We're working on his feature right now. And so he's got a couple of shots where he shot the TV set, he needed this footage to kind of look old and dirty and get it composited back into the TV. And so that's what we're doing right now. So this is the TV asset shot that Huggins gave me. As you can see, it's really high resolution. It's 6144 by 3240. So that can be a lot to handle with on your computer, and I am kind of experiencing that a little bit. But this mask right here, this is the footage, and we're blending it into this point in the timeline over to the left so that it's our background plate. And then this mask right here is just the mask of the screen. And then we are throwing our preacher shot. This is also a piece of footage that he shot. And we are converting that into VHS like aesthetic. Let me move this independently so you guys can see it. We are taking the piece of footage that he got. Let me actually rename that Preacher. Preacher 3. So we are looking at, so freaking cool. Hell yeah, Huggins. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So we're looking at, this is the shot, and I'll show you the original shot in a second. It'll just take a hot second to update, and I don't want to do that. So this is the final shot right here. Let me extend this monitor here. Let me fit this here. And then let me fit this here. So this is the final shot right here. And then this is the shot that we started with. So all of these node structure is just like a preset that I made based on another YouTube video's preset that I found on YouTube. And so it takes this piece of footage and it resizes it. There's 4 resize nodes here. And it resizes it and like blurs out the image to create like relatively photorealistic like blurs and misalignments in the footage. I don't know how it works amazingly, but then we have an analog damage, and that's adding a lot of noise to the picture. So if you see, this is what our shot looks like here. There's our background, and our background here is 640 by 480, which means that if I put that at the top, it's a really square background. Our shot right here of the preacher is really big. It's 6143, so we have to fit it in. So when I merge this in here, I'm fitting the really nice piece of footage into a 640 by 480 background. And right now it doesn't look worked up. It just looks small and like low resolution. And that may be enough to get it to look like. It would be on a small, tiny TV, depending on where you're getting the signal. But typically that's not the way that it works. Typically you are adding some sort of damage to the TV. Much more to this, but I gotta jump out for a few to go pick up my mom. And I'll go and look. Dude, go lurk. I'll be here for a while because I'm fucking working. I'm working for most of the day, and I'm alone in the house. Thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate you, and thank you for the follow. I do a lot of this shit. And if you ever want to hop on in some like duo content creation, because Huggins, I don't know if you know this, Duke Salmon is also a really great graphic designer. So let me use news ads. Thank you, my monitor. Goddamn right. And so in here, we're adding some analog damage. And the analog damage, all that it's doing is adding all of this bullshit. It's just an effect that comes in DaVinci. And it just adds a lot of like degradation to the footage. Now, it doesn't look like much here because you don't really see it show up until you start resizing and blurring things out. So that's the analog damage. It crushes the blacks, fucks up the whole image a little bit. Then we add a little bit of grain to that so that we have some matching noise. And then this is just a bunch of resizing for the shot so that we turn it small and then we make it big again, and that destroys the quality of the footage a little bit more. And when we blend all of that, you see how much more, let's wait for it to update, the footage kind of gets affected. You start getting those like little wondering, what do you separate to 2 resize and merge it back together? It is, I made this preset a while ago. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's because it was like an ordering thing where like, oh, I know what it is. It's because one of these is like a vertical, I believe. Let me see what it looks like. So one of these is like a really make it really wide so that when we blur it out back, it makes sense. And I think the other one, so this changes it this way, horizontally, and then we type it all back. And what that does is that gives you horizontal like blur and damage. And then this one is doing the opposite. And what that does is that gives you vertical damage. And then you blend it in, because this is the detail that we lose here. That's what that is. So when we resize here, we lose a lot of detail on the horizontal. And then this one looks like there's no detail there. And then in here, we lose a little bit of detail on the vertical, but we have all of that horizontal detail. And then when we resize it back, you get that blur, but you still get a lot of the detail. So that's why it's split into 2 branches and then coming back in. And then this is just a blur layer. Oops, excuse me. If you see here, this is just a blur layer to kind of like make sure that everything looks cohesive. And then a sharpen layer to add a little bit of contrast in the edge. And then these are some color correctors that I don't always use. They're part of the float tree because I did it for Dragon Ball Z, turning a modern anime into VHS. Don't always need them. So I turn them off because I'm doing all of my color correcting over here in this part of the flow. Boop. And that's it. So that is all the compositing that we need here for that to turn it into a VHS picture. And then in here, I'm corner positioning it to the corners of our television based on the perspective of the TV. This one's really important because if you don't align it with the perspective, it'll never look real. And then I'm transforming it so that it matches the shot. And then I'm adding a little bit of lens distortion The lens distortion I feel like is really important here, again, to give it the curvature of the TV. Otherwise, you run the risk of it, again, just not looking like it's quite merging. Yeah, it looks fucked up because it's just all 640 by 480. It doesn't fit in here. And then I just merge it all back in here. And again, it looks fucked up because it's not the full resolution of the shot. And this is all kind of scaled in here. So I don't know why this doesn't look that way. I think it has something to do with the resolution at the top over here. But everything looks right here. And then when we merge it in here, all I'm doing here with this merge is I am bringing back, if you take off this mask, I am bringing back the clean plate of the screen before I composited the image in. And then what that does is that lets me put the reflections of the screen, the reflections are already on the screen, back on top, so it looks like it belongs in the space. And brightness and color corrector is just to like help compose this a little bit better. In the previous shot, I added a little bit of warmth, but this one didn't need it because the shot is already plenty warm. And then you just merge it in, and that's a shot. That's done. And then you put it into your media out, and then you can see it over here. And that's the shot, baby. That's it. Super clean. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, like you said, my only concern with this is that it might be difficult to read the image. But in terms of exposure, and Huggins can change this later, but in terms of exposure, it matches the image, which is why I went this dark. And then the only thing that is left to do, because I'm working in a 1080p timeline so that my performance isn't complete dog shit, you see where I give myself a note that says upscale to 6K when done. The first thing that I'm going to do before I do this, I have that same TV screen for at least 2 other shots. So I am going to save this here. And then I'm going to go to my Fusion templates, and I'm going to go Revelator FX, and I'm going to go TV 3 to 5. There we go. And so now, because I'm using the same shot, I just plug and play a couple of things, and then I'm done with these shots. So that looks clean. Make sure you're there. Perfect. That's looking nice and nice. I'm going to take my timeline settings, format, and I'm going to just upscale it now. Nope. No! No, oh, that's going to crash. That's going to crash DaVinci. That tab was going to crash DaVinci pretty hard. Oh, shit. No, cancel. Timeline settings. 3240, there we go. Goodness. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. This is the kind of work that I really love doing. I need to crop it for the TikTok upload. All right, there we go. Now we're back. And so now this is a full scale shot. It's at the correct resolution, and I'm just going to call it TV screen 3. And I'm going to put a parentheses, 6K, final. There we go. And then I've been trying to keep myself organized, so I am going to make a new bin and do TV screen 3. And then I'm going to put the preacher that I use for this scene in that folder. I'm going to use the TV that I use for that scene in the folder right there. Did it not work? There we go. And then the timeline in that folder. That's it. And so now I'm organized. I have those TV screens done. And then when I need to render them, I just do like a batch render. I actually render on my laptop because my computer is so bad right now. I think I need to clean out my GPU and do a couple of things. Give me 1 second. I gotta like snort really bad. You know when you have like that something stuck in the back of your throat and it won't come out? Had to get it out. Looky, how'd you get started into motion graphics? What brought you into it? And then from here on out, I'm using the same TV for all of the shots. So you can see how good that looks as a composite. Like all of the details are there. To be honest, AMVs. Dude, AMVs are what got me into video editing, dog. They were way simpler back in the day. That's really funny. That's very funny. That's exactly how I got into video editing, man. It was Naruto AMVs. Edit on your phone, that's nice. See, I'm almost 30. So when I started, I was editing on like a shitty laptop. And then a MacBook eventually. But yeah, I fucking loved AMVs, dude. They were fucking great. And then again, project settings, I'm not going to use them, but it's going to be a 1920 by 1080 timeline. The only reason that I'm doing that now is so that I can bring in my source footage later and then upscale it once I'm done compositing in Resolve. Because otherwise the playback is going to be really, really difficult. On my MacBook face currently. Dude, MacBooks are great. I have a MacBook right here that I used to edit. Excuse me. I do a lot of editing on my MacBook, actually. Doing great. Sorry, my fiance just texted me. Gonna disagree. Listen, I get it. I love my Windows. I want 16 gigabytes of RAM. Ooh, nice. How many am I running? I think I'm running 16 as well. Oh, sorry, Mel, about this Mac. Yeah, I'm running 16 as well. It's not the best, but I am on the M2 chip. Scrolling. The M2 chip helps a lot. But you're right. It can be a little challenging. So I'm going to bring the Preacher 4, which is this guy right here. Huggins, I don't know if you realize this, but some of the TV screens are shorter in time than the Preacher. Oh, After Effects and Blender will get destroyed. Fusion can handle it, but yeah, After Effects and Blender, you're right. That shit will collapse. So I don't know if you realize this, but some of a lot of your TV shots are shorter than your Preacher shots, which is totally okay, and that don't need to be big. Because there's no moving images here, what I've been doing is I've literally been like freeze framing the TV shot here and then just dragging it to the timeline. And like that's been helping me because I want these two to line up and be the exact same amount of frames so that when I'm compositing them, there's no like mismatch of tracking or anything like that. So this is a freeze frame image, just so you know. But I feel like it'll come back to life. There's nothing moving in the frames. There's no light shifting in the frame. So I think that you'll be fine with it being, not a moving video. And then what I do is I take this guy. The one thing that I might be concerned about in TV screen 3, let me look at that timeline real quick. Also ads. Yes, there's no audio here. I thought I timed them correctly. Thank you for fixing that with the freeze frame. Yeah, no problem, dog. So I'm going to take the TV screen here. I'm going to unlink it here. Not the TV screen, the Preacher. Unlink that. And then Fusion by itself does not have audio. And so this is why it's really important to make sure that your shots on time correctly if they're moving. Like now these line up perfectly, so I can back it. I can add the audio back in at any point without worrying about desyncing because it's the same amount of frames. Two. So now this scene should have audio as long as the waveform loads. You should be able to hear it. I will make sure that the audio works. But you also have the audio on your on your timeline, so I'm not too concerned about it not syncing up. Because you're just going to overlay this on top. And you've already done all of your audio stuff. So let's go back into this guy. And then I'm going to delete this guy. And the reason I'm going to delete this guy here is, hold on. Okay, yeah. The reason I'm going to delete this guy here is because when I go into Fusion, I want to be working, always want to be working with source resolution. And the only way to do that is to bring it in directly from Fusion. If I bring it into Fusion and I go like media in, use this background clip, it's going to do it at the size of the timeline. So you always want to be working at source resolution. So I'm not going to do a Fusion clip. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to go straight to Fusion. And then like what that does is that gives us a full resolution background to work with. And we are so fortunate that we did a lot of the work on the earlier shots, and this is the exact same shot. And because now I can just go to my media effects, go to Revelator effects, TV screen composite screen 3, which is this guy right here. Turn that one into the preview. Let it update. And so what I'm going to do now is like, this is the TV screen. That's the same shot. I'm not going to really be touching that, except I will replace it with the shot here. So, sorry, I said that I wasn't going to touch it, but I lied to you. I am going to touch it. Let's wait for this to update. Boom. But I'm just going to drag this over here. And Huggins, you'll get to see the magic kind of happen real time with this shit once that updates in a second. And this is like, let me talk about something real quick. Like, this is the magic of proceduralism. And proceduralism in like creative workflows like this is huge because you're never committed to something. You're never committed to something in the edit because proceduralism is like really non-destructive. Which is like the best way to work. Like you want things to be non-destructive. Also, there's ads. I'm sorry. I'm going to drag this over here. And the shot is done. The shot is done. Yeah, non-destructive workflows are the best. One of the things that I'm learning is Houdini. And I'm learning Houdini for that same reason. Because I want a non-destructive workflow. And then we find Pre-Show 4. We put them in here. Pre-Show 4. We pop this guy in there. The only bad thing about non-destructive workflow is that it's slower to run there. Yeah, it can be really slow to run there. The good thing about that is that in Resolve, there are ways to... There are ways you can use saver nodes, like kind of like how you can in Blender, and like that can sometimes alleviate some of that. You're just committing to that in the workflow, but then you can change it if you need to because you still got all your pipelines left somewhere. Resolve is so good. I love it so much. I know that there's some elements of it that aren't as great as After Effects, but in general, like it's such a good piece of software. We're waiting for this to update. It's doing its thing. Let me add a I really wish I hadn't deleted that transform node. But it happens. That's what happens when you don't have like immediate feedback. Like I'm working on a little bit of a lag. So it can be pretty annoying. I don't know what this transform now. There we go. It should be working now. And then like, there we go, brother. It's composited in. I didn't have to do a goddamn thing. You see that, right? Wait, why is this face looking so fucked up? What's happening here? What's his face looking like that? What'd I do? What did I do? Hopefully that's just like a, is that an analog damage thing? Hell yeah. Is that an analog damage or like a... restless foot height? Or play by resolution. I'm at full. Let me go to quarter. That's why. Okay, I think it was just like, it was just a result of whatever. Yeah, so that's like the edge of the film. Looking a little bit like that. Foot jitter. Dude, this looks like shit right now when I'm working at a quad resolution, and that ends up looking really good. Okay, so let's go to playback. Let's go to full resolution. Wait for it to update. And then like, look at that. The shot's composited. I didn't really do anything. So now this shot is a little bit harder to see the reflections because it's so much more brighter than the other shot. So there's still a little bit of compositing that we got to do, but the shot is essentially finished. So part of the thing that we're going to do is we're going to go to quarter again, and we're going to go over here, and then like we're going to turn on the gain for this thing. I want to see more of that TV screen, you know, kind of like that, because that helps kind of blend it in with the light. And then I'm just also going to shift my gamma up a little bit like that, turn my gain up a little bit like that, and then my saturation is mostly fine. And turn my gain up like that a little bit. And so like this shot looks a little bit less convincing than the other one because the shot is so bright comparison. The reflections don't really come through all of that much. However, that's a relatively easy thing to solve because I can just add another layer on top like that. Like that still looks pretty good. Don't get me wrong. It looks good. But I'm not getting a lot of the details that I'm getting from the other side. So there's a couple of ways we can fix that. We can try any other blending mode. So for example, if we try overlay, overlay is going to make it way too dark, but you see how it starts blending in a little bit better. And then you can sort of start playing around with this. And that feels a little bit more cohesive because it's kind of like behind the darkness of the TV. But then you do need to come over here and like play with the gain and then like maybe the lift a little bit. And I don't always want to do that. I don't always want to play with those parameters because most of the time you don't really need to. So I'm just going to darken it, darken the lift. And so there's a couple of things that really affect when you are compositing. There's a couple of things that really affect the quality of the things that you're working on. So a lot of that, it comes from grain. You know, like when you're shooting grain, you got to add back grain. I'm adding a little bit of grain in this composition, and it doesn't really matter because most of the shot already has grain in it and it kind of lives in it. And I'm compositing back a piece of the footage on top of it. So we already kind of get some of the grain that's shot in the base footage. It's also shadows and highlights. Shadows and highlights are the thing that most affect the way that your composite look. Because if you have your shadows not matching, you can tell that those things were not shot in the same environment, and it completely breaks whatever illusion you have in your composite. So you always want to make sure that your shadow levels are roughly the same. Because your shadows are going to be one of the most important indicators that your shot is a composite. You have to have good shadows and you have to have good highlights. If your highlights don't match, then it's just not gonna look good. Let's see what soft light looks like here. And so Huggins You're here. You can give me final approval on the shot and tell me if it looks good or bad. So I think I actually like soft light a little bit more. The exposure matches a little bit more. The shadows match a little bit more. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of brightness, not too much, because this is still like a light emitting device. And we should be able to see some light shine through. So I think that looks pretty good. Couple of things to notice is look at your backgrounds. So when you are compositing, like the previous shot looks so convincing because the background was darker and it was simpler and you can make out the details in the reflection. You can still kind of make them out here. Like they're clear, very clearly still there. So if you're shooting and you want to make your composite look as realistic as possible, a good thing to always do, and I think Huggins did a good job here, is to make sure that what you're compositing in that screen like will look nice in there. So when you're doing screen replacements, dark colors work really nice because you can compact the reflection of whatever you're looking. Dark colors are really, really big highlights in the frame. So like right now in my room, we have this lamp right here. If I were to shoot a plate of like my monitors, I would like for that lamp to show up somewhere in there because it's a nice highlight in the detail. So it's a nice detail in the highlights that I can then paste back into the screen, and that adds a layer of like, okay, we're in the same space as that lamp. So good things to do is like always put a really shiny light to catch a reflection on your screens. Or make sure that whatever you're shooting is dark enough that it can see the reflections and from your screen shine through. And like oftentimes just doing that will make your composites look really, really fucking good. Another real thing that I did here is that if you notice in this part of the TV, there's a warm hue to it, and it kind of matches. This is roughly by accident, but it kind of matches the wood of the podium. This is a highlight from when Huggins shot it, because it's just like our light that was in the room that caught this highlight, and because they're shooting warm, the light is warm, and coincidentally, it just happened to work that this podium and that thing work really well. And that is helping you sell it because it's saying, oh, the light from this thing is reflecting into this thing and catching that highlight. But really, that's just a motivating light that was in the shot. Oh, you couldn't see it. I'm talking about this highlight right there. And stuff like that goes a long way. You know, like you make sure that your plate assets and your actual assets match as well or complement each other so that you can give them to your compositor and they can make shit look good. And a good compositor, I'm a decent one, a great compositor will be able to create those highlights. I could probably do it, but I don't need to do it because Huggins made a good choice. And then that is this shot done. And that looks pretty good, I think. What do you think, Huggins? Dude, I want so much more coffee. I should learn compositing. It is really fun. It's one of those things that like can be really tedious, but also can pay the bills because a lot of people need compositing. It can pay the bills, and this is also like this is Huggins's like first self-directed, self-written feature. Huggins directed a feature that I helped assist and direct on. Has it been a couple of years now, Huggins? I think its name is Core. It's a great little faith-based film, even though I'm not faith-based at all, but we did a really good job on that film. And this is, hey, Pisces, welcome back. And this is Huggins's first self-directed, self-written, like this is my project feature. And I am so happy. I'm genuinely so happy that Huggins trusted me to do the VFX, because not only is this like a great thing, I was like, oh, I'm helping out like my friend making a fucking feature film. This is stuff that I can take to studios and just be like, hey, this is like, I've done this compositing, I love this paintouts, I've done this, I've done that, and like potentially win some bids, and like start a career doing this kind of VFX, because this is simple VFX, but this is the most common type of VFX. It's erasing things, it's taking out nails from the walls, it's taking out wires, it's replacing screens, because every screen in a set is green screened. So it's a lot of that. So this is hugely valuable. This shot is now done. I am going to take the audio from this guy. Like, you can look at the difference between the two shots. Like, I love that VHS preset thing. And I'm gonna take that out, just put the audio. How's lunch, Pisces? What you make? And I'm just gonna keep him there. Huggins has the audio, but it's always a good idea to keep audio. Dude, you're killing it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Excuse me, heavens. And so this is TV screen 4. Bin. TV screen 4. And then we're going to go back to TV screen 4 timeline right here. And then we're going to upscale it. So 6144 and then 3240. That's going to make everything at the native resolution again. Amazing attention to detail. Thanks, man. That's what I love about like this type of work. It's like the little things, like the little itty bitty things are the things that make or break your shot. Shadows, color correction, like the warmth of the shot, like those things have to match. And I'm not amazing at it, but I do feel like I am good enough. All right, hold on. Let me rename that. Perfect. And then come back in, and then TV screen 4 goes into here, and then preacher 4 also goes into here. Perfect. So now we're done with the preacher, and so TV screen 5 is also the same shot, and then we're putting this asset over here, which is like a news reporter. So it's the same shot for the TV, so we can still reuse the same node structure and make these two shots really quickly, which is awesome. So thank you, Huggins, for not making it a fucking nightmare for everybody. So again, we're going to create a timeline with this thing, call it TV screen 5. Oh, are we doing good on bitrate? We freezing? Blooky, can you hear me okay? 2 perfect. 2 Okay, perfect. TV screen 5, and we're gonna do upscaled to 6K, and that's just a little note for me to really know what the fuck I'm doing. So TV screens, that goes there. This will update in a second, and then the news report is gonna be what I composite here. I need to pour myself another cup of coffee because I'm fucking... Look at how pretty like this shot is. Like, that is a beautiful shot. And I'm about to fuck it up and putting in a small TV. Listen, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to make myself some coffee. Not make some more coffee. I'm going to pour myself some more coffee and refilling water. And I'll be right back. Don't fucking go anywhere. I like put the music louder for you guys, and then I muted it for the audience so you guys couldn't hear it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, dog. This is it. This is the work. And so, like, the beautiful thing about this is that, like, again, like I've said, it's proceduralism. So, like, I can delete, once this updates, I can just delete all of that, put the other shot in, and we're good, baby. We're good. We're so good. Some of the other shots that I'm doing for Huggins are significantly more complex. One of them involves tracking a dolly and, like, making sure that a light is in the frame where it's supposed to be and, like, comping those stuff out. One of them is a straight up VFX shot. Like, I just have to either 3D model a face or find a way to do it more interestingly without needing the need to, like, straight up 3D replace a face. Because I haven't done a whole lot of 3D replacements. But it can be pretty nice. It can be pretty nice and easy. So, come on, can we update DaVinci, please? Please. Two. There we go. We're back. We're so back. So close that out. This is the TV screen news report. And then let's close out my media pool over here, and then bring in my template over here. And then in this node, just I'm going to take that out for the moment. I'm going to take that out here, replace that here. I'm not even going to look at the comp for now. I want to show you how easy it is if you know what you're doing. Oh, wait, hold on. I fucked up. I just put the TV screen. Am I aligned in here? Yes, I am. Cool. So I make sure we were good. And so now, show screen, new reporter, same shot. And then I go into here and I bring in the news reporter over here. News reporter 1. And bring that into here. And let it all update. Bro, you're gonna tell me? You're gonna tell me that this isn't the future? You're gonna fucking tell me that DaVinci Resolve isn't the goddamn future of video editing? Look at how easy that was. And all because I already had everything. So I noticed that this mask here is actually just part of the TV. That's just like the VHS fucking up. So I'm actually okay with that. Maybe the lens distortion can be a little less aggressive with her. I definitely don't need to be in full resolution to make that happen. I can switch. That's going to cost me, that little maneuver is going to cost us 37 years. Told you, 37 years, baby. Let me make sure I am unmuted. Perfect, I am. There you go. 222. Cool. Lens distortion definitely went a little too hard. Perfect. Love it. So I think just enough that we don't break that corner. And then let's see if we need to make any changes to the actual color of the thing. I don't think so. I think it's blending in pretty nicely for me, actually. A little bit of disagreement there. Let me turn on the... That's way too bright. Let me go to 0.4. We start seeing a little bit more of that in there. So that is actually what brings it down a little bit more. So let me bring in the gain. And so like that, I think, looks pretty convincing, kind of matching with everything. And so now, but here's the problem. So now I want this light to be a little bit bluish. I want this whole thing to be a little bit bluish because this whole situation is a little bit bluish. So there's a couple of things that we can do here to kind of make that happen. And the things that we can do here is I can do a map control here, and I can bring that into here. And what it essentially does, this duplicates everything that we have here. You know, if it doesn't break my computer. Oh. It duplicates everything I have. And this, I really have to stop pretending that I can work in full resolution. I keep forgetting. There we go. Time like play by resolution. Turn that into a quarter. And so this is essentially a duplicate of my... It's really fucking cold in this room. So this is essentially creating a duplicate of the matte control. And what we're going to do is we're going to merge that again and change the look of this outer edge right here. So let's take that over here. We're going to merge that and we're going to merge that here. And so actually, that's a bit of a problem because it's not the same resolution at all. What do I want to do here? So I think I might just want to... I can't pull this one out of the thing. So I might have to copy and paste this. Ooh. My microphone is, I think, or at least my monitor. It's like a little too high. Turn on some music there. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to get that edge to look a little bluer, but I also want it to have like the edge of her shirt there. I think that works. So I think in order to do that, I might have to copy paste this over here, which is not what I would like to do. Or maybe I can just, hold on. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. The thing is, I just need the color values of it, so I don't need the whole scan lines and everything that's kind of fucked up with it. So I think I'm just gonna do this. Put that in here. And I'm just going to roughly merge it in. And we're gonna do a size. And then let's blend it in a little bit here. Because the only thing that I'm looking to do is to add the color values at the end there, like that. And I think I can do that right there. And then so I will make a mask for this. I'm not going to connect it yet, but I will make a mask. And it's going to go from here to here, like that. And go to this point. Ow. Go to this point, like that. Like that. And then I'm going to take this point and I'm just gonna bring it down to here so that it matches correctly. And then I'm gonna connect it here. Perfect. And I'm just gonna make it bigger and then slide it in there like that. Make sure the edges are lining up like that. Amazing. Again, make sure the edges are lining up. And then a little bigger maybe. Like that. A little bigger maybe. Like that. Okay. Okay, the edges are lining up for me right there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another mask. I'm still going to keep this kind of blended in. I'm going to make another mask. And that mask is going to get added as my second mask in the pipeline. And I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to do this. And again, this does not have to be incredibly precise because we're going to be imitating light. Sorry, wrong way. And light is going to be soft and blurry. Perfect. We're going to take this one and then we're going to subtract from it. And so what that creates is that isolates our light values to that edge of the TV. And I didn't do this with any of the other one because I didn't feel like I needed it, but there's so much variance here that I feel like it does. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to soft edge it a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm going to bring in this pretty close. The attention to detail is crazy. Thanks, man. I tried. This is the shit that kind of like makes a difference. So detail is crazy. And then so, and actually to this mask, I'm gonna add another one right here. 2 to 2. And then this one's gonna be from here to here. I don't need it to go that hard, just from here to here. And then I'm gonna soft edge that a little bit as well. And then probably move it just a little bit down. And then this one is going to be pretty soft. I just want a little bit of it there. And then I'm going to add another mask to that. Right there. And this one's going to be subtractive. And I'm just going to put that over here. And then I'm going to subtract from that one. And so that creates a kind of a nice little beautiful edge in there. Let me move this back just a con here. And then this one can be here. This can be a little bit less soft. Actually, I think it needs to be a little. And then border width a little bit. Nope, too much. I think that looks good. And then maybe just increase the size of it a little bit. And then drag it back in there. And then we're going to take all of this I might not even keep the last one. That last one feels kind of unnecessary. Yeah, I think it looks better without it. Do that, and then I'm going to take all of this in here, and once it's been transformed, I'm going to gauge and blur it. And I'm going to go back to 0. I'm going to take it way too far, and then kind of go back and find a number that I like, and I feel like that is it, 0.3. And look at that. That looks really good. And let me turn it into full resolution, just to see what it looks like. And then doesn't that add just a little bit more of like that kind of like, oh yeah, that's reflecting the images on the TV for sure. Maybe it's not lighting up precisely, but who gives a shit, you know? It looks good enough, I think. So like you see the difference that it makes without it. Let me see when it updates. Whenever it updates, 6 months from now. And then because it's the same footage, it'll roughly follow the same movement. What if you put some vignetting? I think I can do some vignetting. I usually have a little bit of drop shadow in there to act as a vignette. For some reason it's going to take forever to update, so guess we just staying with it on. I think I can do some vignette. Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Yeah, see, looks way better with it on, I think, in my opinion. You know, the trees are more faded in the edges and the corner especially. Yeah, you're right. I used to have it in the shot previous to the last one that we did. And I took it off in this one because the background was so bright you really couldn't see it. So let's wait for this to upgrade again. Perfect. Turn it on. Let's go into here and do a cheeky drop shadow. And the reason I'm putting it over here is because the drop shadow, this is the hole in the mask. So the drop shadow will show up at the edges. And I can just manipulate the drop shadow a little bit better. Can I add the drop shadow, please? Thank you. Maybe not. There we go. Yeah, that just looks nicer. And then let me go back to quarter resolution. And then let's handle this drop shadow. I think I want it to be fairly strong. Like that. And it's kind of coming from this angle, because that's like where the sides of the TV are the strongest. Let's blur it out a little bit like that, and then let's take the strength back down to that. And then we can just duplicate this drop shadow right here. And then do it for the other side. Boop, boop, boop. And then like literally just rotate it a little bit. Like that. And then take out the distance. Like that. And it's not the most proper vignette, but I do think it adds something. And then let's pull this back a little bit. I think we only need a little bit. And we only need a little bit. think 0.50. Do actually it needs a little more on the bottom like that. There we go, baby. I'm ready to call that shot. I think done. Switch back to full, see what it looks like. I'm ready to call that shot done. What do you think? Maybe the VHS effects need a little bit more VHXing, but I'm gonna let Huggins be the judge of that. He's no longer in the chat, but he will get to see these. Super clean. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Choo-choo-choo. Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo. Oh, I might need to make it a bit more orange to fit the color of the film. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right a little bit. This shot's already got a decent amount of warmth here. But I think you might be correct. Let me do that. Let me switch to fucking... Dude, when I misclick and it like takes like 30 seconds to do the task that I misclicked on, I get so mad. Ooh, it makes me so mad. Are we good? Damn it, Da Vinci. Oh, Blookie, I hope you're having a good time, man. Okay. Jesus Christ. Get this fucking background out of here. Let's go back to this. So that, yeah, for sure. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yes. Listen, I plan to do this. I have a lot of VFX shots. I plan to do this a lot with Huggins' film. Too orange, too orange, too orange. I think I'm gonna go though, and then split the difference on that. Two. I think that looks better. There's the little things like that that really just kind of go a long way. Yeah, I think that looks nicer. I think that looks nicer. Good call on that, Blookie. Huh. I do think that looks nicer. Okay, I see that's the strength. Okay, cool. Perfect, dude. Dude, I'm so glad. I do this a lot. Genuinely, if you want to... I think your work is cool and I think it's interesting. If you want to keep in touch, follow me on Twitch. I followed you on Twitter. Let's work together. Tomorrow I'm doing some more traditional editing. Thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Tomorrow I'm going to do a little bit more traditional editing. Hey, I met my follower goal. Thank you. Fuck yeah. I'm going to do a little bit more traditional video editing, some more cut editing for a client, an interview that I shot. And then I might do some more. We are done. We are technically done. I'm going to take another shot of this. We are technically done because the only thing I need to do now is like literally change the reporter scene in the next shot and we're done. Excuse me. God damn it. Which I'm super chuffed with, dude. Like, this looks great. I'm sure that a professional will tell me how to do it better, but this shit fucks. And I'm really happy with it. I'm really, really fucking chuffed with the whole thing. Okay. Cool. Let's do that. This shot is done. Fuck yeah. The drop shadow looks a little digital, but I think it looks great for the purposes. I don't think anybody will notice that. New bin. TV screen 5. And then I'm going to upscale this to timeline settings. I'm going to upscale this to 6144 by 3240. It'll freeze for a second, glitch my computer. Ah! And then it'll come back. Hopefully. Perfect. Now we're at the full resolution size that we needed. Dude, that is such a tiny detail that I just absolutely adore. The fact that you can see a little bit of red there. It feels a little misaligned, but whatever. But the fact that you can see that is so nice. And I think honestly I should have done that for all the shots. But not all the shots necessitated it. So I'm actually going to hold off on putting this one because I'm using the same. Actually, I can just duplicate it. Duplicate crib. I'm going to call it, and I call this one TV screen 5. This one is TV screen 5, and this one's TV screen 6. And TV screen 5 can go into the 5 folder. First new report can go into the 5 folder. And then we can start a new timeline with this. Again, we're going to go through it again. 1920 by 1080 so that it doesn't destroy our PC. TV screen 6. Use reporter 2. Oops. Use reporter 2. Bam. That's the timeline. And then let me make sure that everything is lining up. Nice, this one's actually shorter. It's been 4 hours and I've gotten 5 TV shots done, mostly while talking. It might crash. It's okay if it does that. Yeah, it looks like we're crashing, but it's okay. Hopefully we don't crash. Let's just give it a second. Hey buddy, looks like we're clashing. Looks like we're crashing. Hey, we didn't crash. Fuck yeah. So this one's actually shorter. To keep it consistent, I'm going to freeze frame anyway. Just so that we don't run into any unintended issues. And then we're gonna delete this. We're gonna go straight into Fusion. Starting up from 0. We're gonna do everything that we've already been doing. Oh my god, my computer is not liking this at all. We're gonna go into templates, Revelator FX, do that. Bring this motherfucker in here. Take that out. Put this bad guy here. One of them yellow, dude. Let me see something. Then let me go here. Let me replace this guy. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hold on. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Get me out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Go back to the edit page. Go to Stevie Screen 5. Open this timeline. First of all, let's rename this because it's already upscaled. 6K final. And let's go back into Fusion. And then this one we definitely have to save because this is the composite for everything else. Settings, save as. This is gonna be screen 6. Go back into the edit page. Go into TV screens, work here, go back to this. Go back to Fusion. Delete this. And then bring this one in. Hold on. Bring this one in. Perfect. Pop this guy in here. It's the same shot, but the length is a little different. So I'm going to pop it in here. Pop it in here. And then in here, I'll pop this guy out. And then I'll pop Homegirl in. Do that. Use recorder 2. Oh god, my eye is so itchy. Woo! Oh god. Okay, my eye is so itchy. Any particular reason why we are not? Let's see if that updates. Yes, there we go. It looks fucked up now. I think it's because I did this. There we go. And look at that, dude. That is the last shot. And it took us 3 seconds because we've already done the work on other shots. Proceduralism is the GOAT. That's what be procedural. That shit's amazing. Dude, that's the last shot, baby. And it's the exact same setting, so there's nothing crazy going on. It's just a good fucking shot. Okay. Woo! Let's fucking go! God, I'm so tired. Okay. And so now the only thing that we have left to do is to upscale it. Timeline settings. We go in here. We go 6144, and then 3240. We wait till it glitches our computer. Jiggly jellyfish. Love it. There we go. And then we rename it. So that now has 16 supporter 2. Oh. 6K. Fine. There we go. And we have the last screen. New bin. TV screen 6, and then boom, and then fucking boom, and then fucking boom, and there we go, baby. That is it. Those were kind of my assignments for the day. It is already 3:59. I've been live for 4 hours. Oh, I started at noon because I've been live 3:59 and it's 3:59 right now. So I started at noon. I got a couple of things I want to do. Rest. These are done. So I can... Yeah, that's fine. That can stay green. So there's more shots that I gotta do, like I gotta replace a family photo, and I do stuff like that. I think I'll do that tomorrow. I think I'm gonna take a 15-minute break for myself before I go help Pisces with her poster. And I'm gonna do that off stream. I feel like I've had a really good long stream today, and it's awesome. But I want to chill in my living room with my cats. You guys have been great. So I'm gonna... I think I might come back tonight at some point. My buddy Jaleel has a stream going at 7:30. So I'll be back eventually. But Blukey, you were amazing. Thank you so much for sticking out for so long, and thank you for the follow. It's great. I love it. Your work is awesome too. So absolutely feel free to share your own work. What are you gonna do? Let's keep in touch. I did follow you on Twitter. I'm Brian Brownie on Twitter. But you're great, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna do some more. Calm down, Brian. I'm going to do some more editing tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a little bit more traditional editing rather than compositing. So we'll see that tomorrow. But same vibes, man. Same vibes. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Pisces, have a nice day. Everybody that showed up, thank you so much. You guys were amazing. Everyone that's lurking, thank you so much. You're also amazing. I am going to go chill out and then make a poster. Fucking deuces. Bye.